Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for June 1st, 2021. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, I think I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an interest in item M1, the EG Loves Local program through economic development. The reason for my interest is that the business started by my children actually participated in the program. So I have an interest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are at community announcements. And at this time, I will go through them. Should there be any others, then please indicate. The first item I have, unfortunately, is a moment of silence. In response to the sad and tragic discovery of 215 children recently found in a mass grave at a former residential school in Kamloops, BC, flags at all town facilities will be flown at half-mast for 9 days or 215 hours to honor the lives lost. On behalf of Council, I offer our sincere condolences. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. The second item I have is about broadband. On Friday, May 28th, I participated in the formal announcement related to the Government of Canada's investment over $192,000 through the Universal Broadband Fund. This will provide high-speed internet to residents of rural communities in East Gwillimbury and Vaughan in partnership with Bell. The East Gwillimbury portion of the project will provide fiber-based high-speed internet to 44 underserved homes in the Colwood Court area of Ward 3. On behalf of Council, I would like to thank the federal government for their investment in our community, and we look forward to further expansions of broadband in East Gwillimbury. I also want to acknowledge the great work of our broadband working group, chaired by Terry Russell and Council Liaison Councillor Scott Crone. This working group has stayed on track, doing a tremendous amount of work on improving internet services for our residents. This is a wonderful step forward, and thank you to all of you for your efforts. Item number 3, raising of the Pride flag. June is Pride Month. As a reflection of our support for the 2SLGBTQ+ community, the Pride flag was raised this morning and will remain on the community flagpole for the month of June. Throughout the month of June, a variety of virtual events are planned by York Region Pride Fest, which can be found through their social media channel. The town will be sharing them through our Facebook page as well. Item number 4. June is also Parks and Recreation Month. On behalf of Council and our residents, thank you to our great Parks and Recreation team for the great work that they do in keeping our community beautiful and our residents engaged throughout some great programming and events. Item number 5, Farmers Market. This coming Thursday, June the 3rd, we will be celebrating the official opening of the East Gwillimbury Farmers Market. The market will open at 2 p.m. with the official ribbon cutting and remarks planned for 3 p.m. I want to acknowledge and thank the Farmers Market Committee and our dedicated town staff for their hard work over the past year to once again bring this great market to our community. The market will be held every Thursday from 2 to 7 p.m. right here at the Civic Center. Please support our local vendors. Visit the market weekly from now until October. And finally, before we begin our meeting, I wanted to speak just for a moment about the character attribute for June, and it's honesty. Be truthful, be sincere, be trustworthy. Ensure actions and activities are free from fraud, deceit, and misrepresentation. Speak in a straightforward and open way. I think Mark Twain says it best. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. And with that, I will move along to item D of our agenda, and that is the administration COVID update. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Crothers, you had your hand up. I apologize. We'll just put COVID on hold for a moment. Go ahead, please.
Something more exciting before we talk about COVID. We just wrapped up No May. We had volunteers go out on Sunday to verify who met the challenge, and we had over 45 residents who were able to complete the challenge. We're going to draw from those 45 people a grand prize winner with the prize basket that has been provided to us by Queensville Country Store. This is our first year, so there's a lot of learning. May was a very long month, so I think we might be looking at more of a slow-mo May next year, allowing people to maybe mow in that last week because grass was getting pretty long. But there were so many positive comments, and the main thing is that we raised awareness. People now understand that their lawn is so much more than just a green carpet in front of their house. It is important to our pollinators, and I'm hoping that next year we can have more of an educational spin on it. Once we're past COVID and we can get people together, we can do more of an educational piece. And I'm not sure if you saw, we made the Toronto Star on the weekend, or yesterday, I guess it was. There's a nice article in there, so you can look that up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, now we will move to item D on our agenda, and that's our COVID update. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have some positive trends developing in York Region and in the province of Ontario regarding COVID, and even reflecting on where we were at this time last year. It certainly appears to be moving in a good direction. Case counts are falling both provincially and in York Region, and the supply issue that has been the real constraint with regard to vaccinations seems to have turned the corner, and there's a lot more clinics offering vaccines, both our permanent clinics and pop-up clinics. The one that we had in EG sort of set the trend. I know the town of Aurora has had a 3-day clinic as well, and there's been some excellent uptake. So I think that we have very positive news. I'll pass it over to Chair Deputy Velchich, who chairs our COVID team, to highlight some of the other initiatives we are undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webster, and Madam Mayor, through you to Council. It's nice to be able to provide some, we think, optimistic and more positive news. We are seeing, as Mr. Webster indicated, that the trend data is certainly moving in the right direction, which is really good news for everyone. Since the last time we met with Council, a couple of days after that, the province actually updated their roadmap to reopening plan. And so, as you will recall, there was a sort of a 5-step risk-based plan that was in place previously. That framework has now been replaced with a 3-step framework, if you will, that really centers itself more so around the percentage of population that's been vaccinated. So as Mr. Webster said, as vaccines start to become more abundant, the clinics are now processing pretty consistently a vaccination rollout, and the province is now tying our reopening to the success of that vaccination rollout program. So that's really great news. And on that, it's noted in the memo, but it's worth repeating. York Region Public Health is doing a particularly good job in that it's ahead of many sort of jurisdictions in the province and is already at that 70% mark for vaccinations, which is great. The one thing that the province is doing at this point with this 3-step program is looking at it province-wide. So despite the fact that the region is a little ahead of the curve, which is great news if you reside and work in York Region, they're waiting until the provincial numbers line up with their targets to move through those steps. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly is there was one other thing I wanted to mention. They've also lowered the eligibility age. So now we're seeing 12 plus being eligible for vaccination, which is really great news. And in terms of pop-up clinics, I'd like to turn it over, with your permission, Madam Mayor, to our Fire Chief, Rob McKenzie. Our staff, although playing a support role, worked very diligently with York Region Public Health and the Red Cross and provincial staff to support running of a clinic last weekend in East Gwillimbury, and our fire chief is going to give a little bit of an update on how that went. We were very pleased to have that take place in EG.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. When we finally got the green light to go ahead with the pop-up clinic, things happened sort of fast and furiously. We met very quickly with the Region of York people from Public Health, the HEOC director and the Vaccine Operation Director, and they laid out the plan for us and quickly, again, handed us off to the Red Cross. Chris Catania and I met with the Red Cross team literally, 24 hours later, and 12 hours after that, supplies and resources were showing up at the sports complex. So many hands came together really quickly to have a smooth operation. Shout out to the staff at CPRC, CIES, of course, ECSS, and Laura Hanna's team that promoted the event and made sure that the comms were covered. So at the end of the day, it was a successful operation, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
And Your Honor, if there's no other questions for memo number 10, that's our verbal overview. I'll turn it back to you unless there's any other questions.
Thank you. Questions of the chief. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, I'm not sure if this is for the chief or for Mark. Tomorrow is June 2nd, so the stay-at-home order expires, but they're talking that we don't move into step 1 until June 14th. So what are the rules between tomorrow and when we move to step 1?
I'm just going to ask Tara Lajavardi if you can pull up the. Do we have information we can put on the screen that that shows the next 2 weeks and the status of the stay-at-home order?
Yes, we do. If you just wait one moment. Can everyone see that?
So, Madam Mayor, I think the question relates to the second paragraph there in terms of it's no longer, well, to use the word illegal, to leave your home for non-essential reasons. So a little bit more flexibility in terms of movement. However, in terms of being able to shop, at what they're considering non-essential retail and personal care services, restaurants, dining, that sort of thing, really continues to be somewhat status quo until at least June 14th, unless there's announcements earlier that change that.
I'm wondering if we could send this article off to all members of council and they would have it for easy reference.
Absolutely. Be happy to do that, Madam Mayor.
Thank
you for the question.
Just a follow-up.
Yes.
That's something from the news media. Is there anything from the government that's more official than that? Because I read that and all it seems to say is that it's no longer illegal to go out and pick up your non-essentials, which people have been doing anyways because we have curbside for non-essentials, right? So in practical sense, I'm not seeing that anything changes, and I'm looking for some sort of confirmation that we are basically in the same situation on June 3rd as we are today.
Madam Mayor, we'll send out. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll send out something from the provincial reference, but to the councillor's point, from my perspective, essentially it's generally status quo until we get to June 14th or earlier if announced otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
That was my understanding also. However, we do have updates at the regional council meeting on Thursday, so perhaps you could check in then, or I can send out something following that meeting as well. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, I guess, for Chief McKenzie. I believe we did get an email with the numbers, the final numbers on the pop-up clinic. I'm just not recalling what that number was. And I guess, did we consider it not a success? Anytime we're vaccinating people, it's a success. But is that were the numbers kind of where we thought they would be for over the 2 days?
Thank you, Your Honor. Through you to the councillor. The projection was to do 900 injections each day for a total of 1,800. On Saturday we did 814, and on the 414 on the Saturday, 409 on the Sunday. So we were a little bit below the projection, but a holiday weekend, a short notice. I think we can consider it a success.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add to that a little bit, we as a staff team and as council, as you know, became aware of this. I think it was on the Monday preceding the weekend that the clinic ran, the pop-up clinic ran. So by the time we started sort of working with regional staff and Red Cross, there was about 3 business days to pull that together, to advertise, to market. And the way I would characterize it is they came with capacity to do up to 1,800, 900 a day, and they hit almost 50% of capacity, despite the fact that it was very, very short notice and very short preparation time. So I know in speaking to the Red Cross staff on site on the Sunday, they would have loved to have used up more of their capacity, but they were a little over-prepared, and they were still very pleased that they were able to get well over 800 individuals vaccinated over the course of the weekend. So really, really pleased that we were able to get that number done over the Saturday and Sunday.
Councillor Foster, you had a follow-up?
No, just a comment, Madam Mayor. That's kind of what I thought. I had actually received over the weekend 3 phone calls from people saying, "What's going on at the arena? I thought there was nothing going on. How come there's all these people over there?" And of course, the answer was, it is a pop-up clinic. And of course, that's when it kind of sinks in on how fast it all happened. And it doesn't matter how much you try to reach out, you're never ever going to get anybody. Or not ever going to get everyone. So I was just wondering how the numbers worked out and if it was, kind of where we wanted it. Thanks.
I think they were pleased with it, would have been able to handle more, but however, they were certainly pleased with the numbers that did come out. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I just want to conclude. I wanted to thank our staff team for being so diligent and continuing to monitor and manage this crisis. Just want to remind council, behind the scenes, York Region CAO Bruce McGregor has had weekly meetings since the outset. And by talking to my regional colleagues and other associations, it's unprecedented that the level of cooperation. All 9 municipalities join the region each week. We get an update from the public health. One of the issues, frankly, with the pop-up clinic we had as well was folks are starting to vaccine shop a little more. And our clinic was Moderna, and the region's very aware of this. One news, though, is that the Aurora Clinic did not have full take-up either, and it wasn't on a long weekend, and it did have Pfizer. So I think there is much more availability. York is still diligently working on the vaccination. I'm going to talk a little bit about the positive side. Council members should be expected to be outreached, if they haven't already, by our staff team. And we have a subset that's working on the recovery planning side. And I think we're shortly going to be moving to that. And with the region and 9 municipalities, we're working collaboratively with them on how the workplace may look. It would be nice to have some consistency in the York region. And we're talking about the workplace itself, community centers, job profiles, how councils will in fact operate post recovery. And we're going to outreach to council, and I believe we're planning on bringing a update to our next meeting of council, the evening session, for the Build Back Better work optimization recovery team. And I just want to make sure that both council is aware and that our viewing public is aware that we're working on this initiative. And some of the things we've done actually through the region and the other municipalities. The Conference Board of Canada, a very credible agency, has stepped up and is working with us as well on some of the elements that could be included to help York Region be a leader in reopening throughout governance and government in Canada. So I'll just put that out as a further piece of information with more details to follow.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, staff. Appreciate all the hard work that you've done, and particularly with our pop-up clinic. The number of staff that were there working and making a difference was really admirable, and we do appreciate it very much. Item E is deputations, and we have deputants here today, J.A. Abrams and J. Atwood-Petkovski, co-principals from Principals Integrity, making a deputation to council regarding item Q1, Integrity Commissioner's Periodic Report, Town of East Gwillimbury. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Janice Atwood-Petkovski, and my partner, Jeff Abrams, is not joining us this morning. He was on another Zoom in another municipality, and you know, with the virtual technology, we're able to be in 2 places at once, kind of a bit of a minor miracle. So this is a periodic report which we are bringing to you this morning, and I won't take a lot of your time. I know you have a very large agenda today. We initially began, of course, providing annual reports, and just because of the passage of time and the times we're living in, we have stretched it out so that they're generally 2 years or longer reports now. This is really a good news report, we think, for East Gwillimbury. You'll see in the first 2 or 3 pages of the report, we set out as much for public consumption as for yourselves, sort of an outline of what is an integrity commissioner, what is the role of an integrity commissioner. You appointed us your integrity commissioner in October of 2018, and this report covers the period up to the end of April of 2021. And the role of an integrity commissioner is quite broad. It really starts with providing guidance on developing or putting in place a code of conduct for those municipalities that didn't have a code of conduct in place coming into this term of council. Coming in and providing education and training, usually following the election during orientation, and then as it did in East Gwillimbury, we came in December of 2018 as part of your orientation, and then we came back in April of 2019 to provide more extensive, really ethical outlining what are your responsibilities under both the Code of Conduct and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. An integrity commissioner is really a resource to municipal council and local board members. And so one of the other areas that we do provide a resource on is advice. So when members of council individually have a question, a gray area, some ambiguity under whether it's conflicts of interest or other aspects of their work that might touch on an ethical issue, we're available to provide confidential advice to the member of council. It's confidential. It's not known to anybody else that the member obtained the advice, but we provide the advice in writing so that it's basically the member can rely on it. It bulletproofs, if you will, the member from complaints that may arise. In this regard, we've had the opportunity to provide written advice on request to a member of council on one occasion over this the period covered in this report. And I did note, for example, this morning while waiting in the lobby of the Teams meeting that council certainly is very adequately aware of its obligations under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and the Code of Conduct. Another area that we, of course, are a resource for is for the public to bring forward complaints. We are the investigative mechanism, if you will, for complaints from the public with respect to members of council and members of local boards. Many people believe that this is the primary function of an integrity commissioner, and Jeff and I at Principles Integrity really see this as a residual responsibility of an integrity commissioner, the primary being education, coaching, advice, and ensuring a robust framework in place. But of course, there needs to be a mechanism for review if there are complaints. And we always we try to resolve complaints where possible without investigation. And I would say generally about 85% of complaints that come to us regarding members of council or members of local board are resolved without a full investigation and public report. Whether it be that they are operational in nature and we redirect them to the appropriate operational staff, or whether they are not within the scope of our jurisdiction and we simply say that is not a matter and that we can review, or very often they are matters that can be resolved through minor course correction or acknowledgement by the member that they have transgressed in some respect the code of conduct. And in those cases, we, as I say, are able to down the ball without a full investigation, without a public report. And that is the most desirable state of affairs. For East Gwillimbury, we have had only one complaint over the course of our retainer with you, and that matter was resolved without need for an investigation or report. We use the opportunity of our periodic reports to update you just a little bit with respect to what we see in themes around the province. We serve over 40 municipalities as well as other public bodies. And so we have a bit of a perspective on what we see as the issues that develop in other municipalities. And so one of the things we note in this report towards the end is that you may be aware the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry reported out last November, in which a number of recommendations were made to the province touching on conflict of interest. And in fact, that particular judicial inquiry has recommended the language and the criteria that exist in the code of conduct that we recommend, which is identifying conflicts of interest not as statutory under the MCIA or common law, but rather disqualifying interests, calling them disqualifying interests and recognizing them as such. But it's an interesting timing for that report going forward to the province. The recommendations of a judicial inquiry then need to be considered by the province, and it remains to be seen whether those recommendations will find themselves into legislation. At the same time, it's almost at the same time, and it's not mentioned in this because it's really only happened very recently, the province has embarked on a consultation with respect to whether the mechanisms for enforcement of codes of conduct by integrity commissioners ought to be made more, I guess, severe, if you will. And so that consultation is going on now as we speak, and will conclude sometime this summer. So again, that is aimed more at whether there needs to be greater ability of integrity commissioners to sanction, etc. And so Jeff and I are leading the Municipal Integrity Commissioners of Ontario Association in a submission for the province on that. Another area that we do note in the themes that we see around the province relate to respect and non-disparagement. And we talk about this, and I won't belabor the point. I know I'm probably way over my 5 minutes now, but certainly one of the areas where we've seen concern is in social media, and that has resulted around the province in a number of different reports from integrity commissioners having to do with what members, if they are engaging in social media, ought not to be engaging in, what they ought to be curating off of their social media if others are posting it on there, and how they ought to be managing their own social media to ensure that they're not, shall we say, over curating, blocking without proper rationale and notification. So those are all interesting issues that are germane across the province, not necessarily in East Gwillimbury, but we simply bring them to your attention. So I'm available to respond to any questions if there are any. And as I say, we consider this report a rather good news report for East Gwillimbury. We believe that you recognize that we are a resource. Certainly you have, at least on one occasion, one member has tapped into us as a resource. We are here and available to serve, and very happy to serve you in this regard.
Questions? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Ms. Atwood-Petkovski. I followed the Collingwood inquiry rather, I wouldn't say with interest, but I did follow it, and I was curious to see the outcomes. And it was a long, protracted process, and it put the municipality through a great deal of tied it into knots, basically. Do you have a sense that that narrow definition of a conflict that kind of constrains it to that of a pecuniary interest? Do you think that the province will update the legislation to address that? Because we, as councillors, we often get, well, don't you have an interest in that? And it's like, well, if it's not a financial interest, I'm not obliged to declare it. But there's always that idea that there's a conflict regardless of whether there's one that's financial, and that you might unjustly influence due process because of your personal biases or your role in whatever is before the body. So do you have a sense that that's going to be amended?
Through the mayor, thank you for that. That's an excellent question, and my ability to really speculate as to what the province may do is not that good. My speculative skills not as good as my other skills, but I would say that I think that the province, because of the Collingwood judicial inquiry and because of a couple of other investigations and recommendation reports from integrity commissioners around the province, and we watch sort of the trends, I think the province ultimately, and who's to say when, will land on an expansion somehow. They may not go in and expand the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, but I fully expect at some point what will happen will be a requirement that conflicts of interest, meaning the common law conflict of interest, which is really that broader one that you're referencing, be embedded in codes of conduct. And most good codes of conduct address the common law conflict of interest. The concept of the broader conflict of interest is already addressed in most good codes of conduct. So I would say at some point the province will probably land in that area. That's the best I can guess. But I certainly what the Justice Morocco in the judicial inquiry in Collingwood was saying is this is a conflict of interest. It's not a question of making it so. It's a question of making sure that council members recognize that it's so, because it certainly is a conflict of interest. What former Mayor Cooper, her involvement and the involvement of her brother behind the scenes in basically lobbying on behalf of a number of those organizations clearly was a common law conflict of interest. And that's what Justice Morocco is basically saying is, for heaven's sakes, fix the legislation so that council members don't get caught out on this again.
Thank you for that. If I may, just as a follow-up, and I also found it interesting that the role of staff in that circumstance was also somewhat complicated as well, that was intertwined with those of the elected officials. Just further to your comment, the submission that you and your partner are giving to the province on the mechanisms and the binding, whether or not those recommendations that you make to a council for sanctions or so on are binding. I've seen examples where the integrity commissioner has made a ruling and suggested a certain punitive result, and the council either accepts the report and does not levy any kind of sanction, or takes that, ignores it, and does something completely in the opposite direction to the extreme. And so I'm curious to know what your submission to the province will be on that, whether it is suggested that when there's an investigation and you come forward with a recommendation, whether that can be made binding, because at this point you give us your advice and we can take it or leave it. And I'm just wondering what your position is on that, and what your submission to the province will look like, please and thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through the mayor, I wouldn't want to get ahead of myself. So Jeff and I are leading a subcommittee of the Municipal Integrity Commissioners of Ontario, and we are actually not convening at a broader MECO meeting until the middle of June. So we have the view that we are putting forward has not yet really been embraced by all the integrity commissioners in Ontario, but it's possible that one of the challenges that councils face when receiving a recommendation report from an integrity commissioner is the fact that it's one of their own who they then have to effectively impose a sanction against. And that raises all sorts of issues of, whether that's entirely the best mechanism for council to be the one making a determination. And I think it's not necessarily as simple as saying, well, then the integrity commissioner will be the one to make that determination. I mean, council really needs to own its own accountability. So it's challenging. It's a challenging issue, and it does raise a really interesting dilemma that council should have to own its own accountability, but at the same time has to be able to separate itself from feeling like it's sanctioning one of its colleagues in a way that's very uncomfortable. It's an interesting and difficult issue to come to terms with. So I don't think we have a simple answer, but we have some suggestions, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's a great question, and we'll all stay tuned and see what comes of it.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I'm not seeing any. I have a motion, be it resolved that the deputation made to council regarding Q1 Integrity Commissioner Periodic Report, Town of East Gwillimbury, be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor. That's carried. Thank you so much, Janice. Appreciate you having come to us today. Always conjures up lots of questions, and many after you're gone. Thoughts of different things that are taking place within all of our municipalities that are very delicate some days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you. Item F on our agenda is presentations. We have no presentations at this time. Item G is Emergency and Community Safety Services. Chief, would you go ahead, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of months ago, we came before your council and presented the annual emergency management compliance for the previous year. And in that report, we talked about some of the projects that we had on the go, and one of them that we decided to undertake very aggressively, I guess, during a pandemic, was the business continuity planning. So what today is just a quick presentation of our progress so far. The first phase of the process is to complete the data gathering for the business impact analysis that'll eventually make up the complete continuity plan. And I'm happy to say that today, Emily Mason, who's with ECSS, has taken the lead on this, and she's been working with a friend of ours, Laura James from the region, to coordinate it. So I'm going to turn it over to Emily and to Laura and let them have their presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Next slide, please. So as the chief mentioned, today we're just going to be providing an overview of where the program is at and a preview of our business impact analysis that we have created. Next slide, please. So first, I'd like to introduce you to our department team leads. So last year, the general managers nominated staff from each program area to help support this project. So from Development Services, we had Andras and Lawrence. Human Resources and Office of the CAO, we had Liz and Rihanna. From Community Infrastructure and Environment Services, we had Kevin Brake. From Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, we had Rhonda. From ECSS, Emergency and Community Safety Services, myself. Legal and Council Support Services, we had Fernando. And then for support from Corporate Services, we had Randy, Scott, and Gail. So thank you, everybody, for your hard work and commitment. I know when we initiated the project, as the chief said, it was right during the pandemic and everyone's plates were full, but their support and commitment to the project, we couldn't have got it done without everybody. Thank you again for all your hard work. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on what business continuity is. So business continuity planning works to identify the impact and potential losses and maintain viable recovery strategies and plans for continuity of central services, operations, and continuity of government. So the main themes that the planning focuses on is loss of technology, loss of site, and loss of staff during an emergency event. So this is a branch of the Folsom Emergency Management Program, and although this isn't a mandatory component at the municipal level, a business continuity plan will only serve to enhance our current emergency planning program, ensure that we're in line with current emergency management best practices. This was a collaborative project with York Region Emergency Management, and their team has been a tremendous support in providing training, guidance, templates, and helping us to build our own program. Next slide, please. So the first step in business continuity planning is to initiate the business impact analysis. So the business impact analysis works to identify and prioritize functions and processes to determine which ones will have the greatest impact should they not be available, accessible, or unable to complete during an emergency event. So some of the consequences or key interruption impacts that are considered when completing this include customer service, public health and safety, or financial loss. So this dynamic document will serve as the foundation for developing the business continuity strategies in the future. So as the chief mentioned, this project was first initiated as a recommendation from the Build Back Better report last year in July. And so once some of the planning expectations were established, the working group was identified and we began with a training session. So to date, staff participated in a training session that was put on by Tammy Popper and Laura James from York Region Emergency Management. Then we initiated the one-on-one working sessions with each of the department leads and began identifying the functions and services. And again, we had these meetings pretty flexible to accommodate people's schedules, as that was a busy time of the year for everyone. And we did try and keep in mind our preferred and ideal goal due dates, so that the teams worked to identify the high, medium, and low priority functions for each department. And just to reiterate, this was the biggest part and like most extensive work for this project. And it did take a considerable amount of time to identify all these functions and organize all of our workbooks. So once the business impact analyses were completed, the business functions were then categorized into the high priorities for the entire corporation, and senior management team was then able to preview the work. And we did schedule a few additional working sessions just to ensure that the business impact analysis was complete and everyone had an understanding of the project. So now that they are complete, I would like to preview them for you. Next slide, please. So these were the 15 identified high priorities for the corporation. We have council operations, corporate governance and leadership, emergency response, water and wastewater operations, roads operations and development, external communications, internal communications, facility security, IT support services, planning and development services, payroll, compensations and claims, customer service, financial processes, legal services, recruitment and corporate training, and lastly, capital project. So each of these are an umbrella that are comprised of specific high priority functions and services within each one. So an example, to provide a bit more context, the main umbrella of roads operations and development includes like winter road clearing, spill cleanup, roadside dumping clear up, to name a few. And external communications is comprised of website maintenance, media correspondence, advisories, social media statements, recreation program communications, and the recreation program guide. So these represent a comprehensive list to be used in an emergency event to determine the action planning cycles and focus of response and recovery operations. And although there's no ranking for all these priorities, some of them will, of course, take precedence depending on the emergency event, since some of these systems and service areas could be more impacted depending on the nature of the emergency. So this tool can be utilized to quickly evaluate which functions and services are impacted during an emergency event and determine where recovery efforts are needed to maintain business operations. So these priorities all make up the categories and are very much in line with business continuity principles and best practices across the GTA and York region. And so for all of these high priorities that have been identified, there's also an extensive list of medium and low priorities. And while they're not top priorities during an emergency event, it's important to remember that at some point, everything will become important. So these functions and services that are ranked as low and medium are still accounted for in the process of developing the business impact analysis. Next slide, please. So the goal for 2021 is to incorporate the business impact analysis into our annual exercise, depending on when this is still happening and if we can participate in one. And it will just help the control group get more familiar with using this tool. In 2022, we aim to formalize the business continuity plan as part of our emergency management program. And the physical business continuity plan will be more of a stagnant document, while the business impact analysis will be a living dynamic document with an annual commitment to review and update it as required. So this will be an annual commitment for staff with the business continuity working group. And again, meeting twice yearly to review and make updates as required. And once this has been completed, we'll make another appearance in front of council. And then this will become part of the annual emergency management program, along with the other components like the hazardous identification risk assessment and the critical infrastructure review. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Do we have questions? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Ms. Mason. The irony of you doing business continuity planning while we're in the midst of a declared state of emergency is not lost on me. I can't help but wonder whether if we had had a completed business continuity plan in, I don't know, March 2020, would that have changed the way that we responded to COVID or the response to the pandemic?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Roy-DiClemente. So this is again a preparedness tool to be used, and all the information is laid out, which could have helped with the initial discussions and planning process to identify the areas of the corporation that need a little extra attention and how we're going to accommodate based on everything that happened in COVID.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. It tells me it was a very complete report. Chief, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I just wanted to thank Emily and Laura for their hard work, and there's no other items on the agenda from ECSS, but I'm happy to take any questions related.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions related? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Thank you again for the presentation. I was just wondering, once we get out of this pandemic and have a chance to catch our breath, will we be doing any sort of review to say, okay, here are the things that worked well, here are the things that didn't work so great during our response to the pandemic, and will we be looking at similar reports from our friends in the York region?
Mr. Webster, I think you have your hand up. You might have the answer to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope so. Emily's done a terrific job with her team. One thing I can assure the councillor is we've been monitoring our progress throughout this, and the engagement of Laura James from York Region has been very helpful. And I can let you know, I think of all of the municipalities she provides service to, she's been the most engaged with us. She attends our COVID management meetings regularly and provides advice and observations. So we've been fortunate to have her. We have had an external review partway through this. Just as a checks of balance and means of how we're doing. Are we doing the right things? Are we doing things right? And clearly, as we move towards recovery, we're going to learn some valuable lessons moving forward. And, you know, it ties directly into the business continuity plan. We've learned what are the life essential support services. And you learn which are the nice to haves, but maybe you can go without for a little periods of time. And it certainly has positioned us well. So there will be a review undertaken as part of the recovery. And we might in fact do that in collaboration with some of the other York Region municipalities so that we're all, you know, we'd like to move forward with removing emergency declarations together. And that was at the very beginning, if you recall. Municipalities were on their own accord declaring emergencies, and I think at one point Newmarket and Georgina were in a state of municipal emergency, but if you came north of Green Lane and to Ravenshoe, you were in a community without an emergency, and so we joined ranks with them. And so I think there's going to be again a full review. We'll look towards Deputy Valchich and Chief McKenzie leading that with the team, and there will be summary reports to council and also seeking council's input as well.
Yeah, it's Madam Mayor, if I may just thank you for that, Mr. Webster. You know, and I think my point is certainly not to do this review to throw darts at any one person, because we learn not only by our success, but also by the things that didn't work, by our mistakes. And so it's so critical to have that learning behind us. But wouldn't it be great to have something on a shelf or on a USB stick, you know, that someone future council could look and say, okay, if the next event that comes up that needs an emergency response, that we have some learnings there that we can that will be around much longer than the rest of us. The only reason I say that, but I have great faith and I'm very impressed with our response so far to date, and I look forward to the review. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Emily, and please thank Laura. We'll have an opportunity to thank Laura James as well, but thank you very much. With that, we will move to, I guess I should ask first before we move along, are there any other questions for emergency and community safety services? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Chief. We'll move to item H, and that's legal and council support services. And the first one we have is a report regarding Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture Report Property Standards Bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll kick this off, but others with more expertise can answer specific questions. But with springtime in EG, we get a lot of complaints about trees. And the reason why we get complaints about trees is that we have a provision in our property standards bylaw where a resident can make a complaint and engage bylaw enforcement and engage parks as to the determination of the health of a tree. So basically what happens is, the complaint is there's a dead tree, the call goes into the town, and the town arborist goes out onto private property and is asked to make a call on a tree that doesn't belong to the town. It belongs to the homeowner. I guess the end game is to get an order that the tree is dead and an order for the resident to remove the tree. But what we kind of typically find when we're out on these calls is that we're being asked to participate in sometimes what is an unpleasant dispute between neighbors as to a tree and the health of the tree, the care of the tree. Is the tree shading my yard? Is the tree somehow interfering with my use? And so really what we're proposing is to get out of this business, because we think that the issue is best dealt with by the property owner. You own the tree, manage your property in a way that is safe, appropriate, and reasonable. But we're suggesting that the town has no real role, except apart for maybe providing some communication about what are people's rights and responsibilities as it relates to trees, and providing them with the information that they need to make sure that they can get proper tree care and manage their property in a way that is safe and reasonable. So, kind of very happy to open the discussion with those comments.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Crothers and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you. I appreciate the conundrum here. I appreciate bylaws help when I had a complaint from a resident. I'm not sure that we've landed on the right solution, though, by striking this from our bylaw. I think there's a lot of situations where, yes, it's exactly like you say, we're trying to arbitrate a dispute between neighbors that might be able to be resolved in another way. I also think that we have an obligation to our residents for their safe enjoyment of their property. And I worry about if my neighbor had a tree that was leaning and about to fall on my house, what recourse do I have? This tree could come down and kill my kids in their bedroom. What recourse do I have if there's nothing in our bylaw that can force someone to go over and say that tree has to come down? I just worry about, we're eliminating the kind of nuisance complaints, but what about the severe cases? Are we taking all the teeth away so that there's nothing we can do in a severe case where something has to be done. I mean, you can't call the police, but could be a danger to both property and lives if someone has a tree that's about to fall down.
Mr. Horner, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think there are kind of a couple of things that could come into play. For instance, if limbs are, I had to do some work on tree law to get ready for these questions today, but for instance, if a limb is crossing the property line, the property owner that has the limb coming onto their property has the right to kind of trim to their property line, so long as you don't harm the tree, because the tree isn't yours, right? It belongs to your neighbor on the other side that has a trunk. So if there are limbs that are dangerous or kind of crossing the fence, there's a right to kind of go in and trim. So that's kind of the self-help remedy. But the other thing too is even if these provisions come out of our property standard bylaw, there's a remaining provision in the property standards bylaw and as well in the property maintenance bylaw, because we have two bylaws that hit some of the same things. And if a situation were unsafe or hazardous, we still have the ability to kind of go in and make an order for the resident to deal with the situation and make it safe. What we're not doing is we're not sending the arborist in to do a report and to make a call on whether or not the tree is healthy. But if there's an obvious situation of risk and hazard, then we can go in and issue orders either under the property standards bylaw or the property maintenance bylaw.
If I may follow up, so I guess it would be the same as if someone had anything that was about to endanger someone else on their property. So we're just taking the tree specificness out of it. And if you had a TV antenna that was about to fall, it would be the same sort of thing. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I'm a black and white kind of guy here. This one is clear as mud to me. Mr. Horner, you and I have had lots of conversations about this because, as you know, I was involved in a couple of tree issues, one of which the town looked after with no problem. The other one, we had a difference of opinion on how it should have been looked after, and lo and behold, 12 months later, the tree fell down into the neighbor's yard. So I guess where I'm not clear on this is, number one, we get a call from a resident that says my neighbor has a dangerous tree. What is our response? We're out of the business, and you're saying that we still have a possibility of going in under the property standards and looking after it that way. My problem with that is, if we looked after it that way, we still have to send somebody out to look at it. So how can we be in the business and not in the business at the same time? And again, somebody has to make that decision to call on the resident or the property owner who may not be a resident and advise them that somebody should really come and have a look at their tree. And that was basically all I wanted on the one that fell down, was for us to make a call and say, hey, this tree's dangerous. Somebody needs to come and have a look at it. So I still think, even though we can kind of look after it, this one's as clear as mud. I'm just not sure how I fall on this one. I understand that we need to take the responsibility away from the town. I get it, but we're still kind of in the business. So this one's kind of unclear to me.
Mr. Horner, go ahead, please.
I can't disagree with Councillor Foster. It's to what extent are you in, right? I mean, are we in to the extent of going on site and trying to assess an obvious hazard at a minimum level, or are we in it with both feet, where we're sending bylaw enforcement and we're sending the town arborist in to do reports and make calls? I guess from where we sit, we're suggesting that people ought to take responsibility for their own property and to incur the expense of the arborists themselves.
Mr. Webster, you had your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I do, Madam Mayor, and we haven't talked about trees for a long time, so it's always a good topic. But there are some other perspectives that we did talk about at the senior management table. And it comes down to, is the situation a neighbor dispute or is it a valid tree issue? There's one, because sometimes we can get in the middle of neighbor disputes, which we have, in particular our bylaws area. One of the things we talked about was level of service. Okay, and I don't think we have a lot of spare capacity in folks to sort of have this added onto their job, and I'm not sure if they have the actual expertise. And maybe that tree Mr. Foster or Councillor Foster referred to is an example. I'm not sure if we have certified municipal arborists to the extent that might be required here. We're not in the septic inspection business. We are in the septic inspection business, but we don't build septic systems. And in that one there, we had third-party certification. So one of the thoughts was, at this point in time, we're sort of saying we'll put together a friendly list of qualified arborists and make that available for residents to call at their own accord. The other option that we discussed was us pre-qualifying and trying to get preferred prices with a qualified arborist that would go in on behalf of the town and for a fee would assist in these situations. So there'd be a cost recovery element, but it would eliminate the homeowner having to shop for what they thought was a qualified arborist. We could pre-qualify 2 or 3, see if we could get preferred rates. And it's just an option for moving forward if council wants us to take a little bit more of a large role in this as well. And we did have those discussions. We've tried to be very simple and sort of draw a line at this point, but that line is a gray line. It's a fuzzy line. And so that's some discussions we have. Reports can always be referred back for further consideration as well. I'll always leave that up to council's discretion for more input. So I'll pass it back to Mr. Horner, but there are many other elements we talked about at the senior leadership table.
I have Councillor Roy-DiClemente and then Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been listening to this conversation with interest. I don't think there's an easy answer, and I feel it feels awkward. I absolutely understand the idea that we don't want to be providing a level of service that where do we draw the line? If we're going to bring in an arborist and use that expertise on private property, what else are we going to do on private property where it's not necessarily, if it's a boulevard tree, that's cut and dry, it's the town's tree, we figure that out. I know we do have certified arborists on staff, but is that the best use of their time? I took a slightly different tack on this one, and where I went was the fact that we also have an outstanding request to staff to draft a proposed tree bylaw. And so in taking the matter of the trees out of the property maintenance and property standards bylaw and putting it into its own separate area, perhaps we might be able to address some of those concerns. And I realize that we need to find a balance between the idea that someone has the right to maintain and have and do whatever they want on their private property. So if those are their trees and they have the right to do it, to balance that with the needs of the community with respect to the environment, clean air, streetscapes, and so on. And so I know that other municipalities have managed this with a tree bylaw. They've done it effectively. I'd like to find a bylaw or have something brought to us that finds that balance, that strikes that compromise between the rights of the person, of the property owner, as well as that of the municipality. And maybe it has to do with the caliper of the tree, how old it is, how big it is, or the number of trees. So if you're taking 3 trees down, that's fine. But if you're taking 20, then you need to have someone pay some attention to it. And so I'd like to sort of take it in that direction, if I may, since it's an outstanding request of council to staff anyways. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. That's very timely because at the Environment Committee tonight, we're going to be talking about that specifically about what should be in a tree bylaw, the types of things that the Environment Committee would like to advise council on, particularly with respect to infill. We're getting people that clear cut the whole lot to put up a monster home, and it's really affecting the tree canopy. So EAC will be debating that tonight. It'll come back to council likely in the fall. So I agree with Councillor Roy-DiClemente that these things should be considered together, and I would be happy to move to refer this back to staff to incorporate it into to look at it under the tree bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Horner, comments, questions?
We're happy to take council's direction and move this forward in whatever way you think best. So if that's to take this offline and come back with a further report or other bylaws, we'll certainly take that direction.
Mr. Horner, is there ever a time when we're talking about the trees that it is a personal legal issue to people as opposed to the town getting involved? We've all been involved with, unfortunately, neighbor disputes, and you're never quite sure whether it has anything to do with the tree at all. I can't imagine living in some of these situations with next door neighbors in the way that people behave, but we get caught in the middle of it. And is it, at what point does the homeowner have a legal responsibility to deal with it themselves?
Yeah, for my part, I actually think that's the starting point. It's like the homeowner always has the legal responsibility to do it themselves. But it's kind of like the other complaints that we get at bylaws, right? You know, yes, you can go speak to your neighbor and you can manage the problem directly with your neighbor, or you can phone bylaws and you can perhaps avoid the issue, and with any luck, the town will intervene and deal with that particular problem. Yeah, the owner, bottom line, is always responsible, but there's often a desire, I think, to engage others in the dispute.
Yes, I agree. Councillor Persichini, go ahead, please.
To you, Madam Mayor, and to Dean, and we did a sort of a search of what other municipalities' rulings are, so we can learn from what some of the other municipalities have had problems like this, and what's their take on some of these issues that we're all dealing with. Because if it's written already, why rewrite the legal documents? What they have rights, who has rights? If this is already out there for some of our colleagues, if you could do us favors to do some research of what other municipalities are doing, and maybe get the best formula that may work for us, and it won't cost us much money, to do our own. So to check out what's legal, what's not legal, where is the owner has the rights or whatever. So they must be out there something that this is not a new issue. So if you could do some research, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Horner, go ahead.
It might be a good time for General Manager Karmazin to kind of weigh in, because I do know that his team, did canvass some of the other municipalities to see how others are dealing with this issue, because Councillor Persichini's right. I mean, everybody's dealing with the same problem.
Thanks, Dean. Through you, Madam Mayor, we have taken a look at other municipal best practices in the region. And there is a whole mix of different operations. Some larger municipalities with dedicated forestry staff will go out and do assessments and charge the resident with the understanding that the assessment becomes the resident's position. One of the, as indicated by General Manager Horner, the property owners do have a duty owed. And once town staff assesses or commissions an assessment, we could assume some of that risk. So if something were to happen, then the town could assume that risk. So I would just leave that with council. And as indicated by General Manager Horner as well, if there is an imminent risk, that's different than simply an assessment that has limbs dying back or a canopy that's in decline. You know, we are involved in those types of an assessment, and we could provide you know, direction on something that is an imminent danger. But I think where we are getting in the middle is with a lot of these assessments on the health of the tree, the condition of the tree, and not necessarily an imminent danger, so to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, you had your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to know the status of the request that's outstanding. We did pass a resolution asking staff to bring us a report with a proposed bylaw. I'm just wondering where that is and where that stands in the queue of all the wonderful things staff are working on.
Mr. Horner or Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, of many things that council's asked us for this this term, it is on the list, and our workshop for next Tuesday has a Jennifer Nichols bylaw update section, and it'll be addressed in that as well. But it's going to cover everything from snowmobiles to noise bylaws to tree bylaws, and so there's going to be a fulsome update. And if council deems that it's an overdue priority, it will certainly be moved up the list. Thank you.
Members of council. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I think further to Councillor Carruthers' suggestion that this be referred, I'd like to perhaps receive the report and refer the whole matter to that workshop. It makes a lot of sense for us to discuss it further there.
Thank you. You'll move that.
I believe Councillor Carruthers had already indicated a desire to do so, but I'm fine to do it as well.
Okay, Councillor Carruthers, is that the directive from you? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Roy-DiClemente. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Thank you.
Item number 2 on our agenda.
The next item I'll refer to Mr. Clerk. He's the expert on the council agenda. So over to you, Mr. Clerk, please.
Thank you, Dean. Through you, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff. If you recall, back in December, we were looking at the schedule for 2021, and given the ongoing COVID pandemic, we decided just to book for half the year's council meeting schedule. So we're back before council, and we're recommending that for the remainder of the term, that we continue with our ongoing virtual meetings and monitor the COVID situation closely with public health and obviously the COVID-19 emergency control group. And we'll report back later in the fall with regards to 2022 council schedule and what it may look like in terms of the the structure, hybrid situations, etc. If there's any questions from council, then we could answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to the clerk. Do you anticipate that we'll be in full virtual session for the end of the year, or is that something that could quite possibly change and we could be back in chambers?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Crone, I hope we're not in the virtual situation, but looking at our colleagues and specifically, the region of York, they've already determined that they're going to continue with virtual meetings for the remainder of this calendar year and come back to council, to their respective councils in the fall, and report on that. So we're sort of wait and see kind of thing, but The virtual meetings have been successful, I think, for the most part, if I may say so, and we'll continue to monitor what the region is doing and our respective colleagues, as well as what's happening with vaccines, you know, the second doses and the COVID situation.
Yeah. Okay. And if I may, Madam Mayor, one more. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Clerk that not everyone has a fully functioning crystal ball. So I appreciate your answer. Secondly, the one suggestion I would maybe offer is I'm looking at the December dates, and I think we have our last council meeting on December 21st, which in my limited experience is probably the latest we've ever had a council meeting. And I'm just wondering if you know, we might be there might be some substantive issues that the public might want to be engaged in, but if things do loosen up a bit and travel is restrictions are lifted, we might not have you know, many people that can engage with us in that. And I was just wondering if there's some if you had some thoughts around flipping the education workshop to maybe the 21st and have the council meeting on the 14th. Just to allow the public to engage if there are issues in which they'd like to, and if we're not virtual. Just a thought for consideration.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, that we initially took a look at the December schedule only because of the December 21st dates, as Councillor Crone has pointed out. It's just following our typical first and third 2 weeks of the month schedule, but we're amendable to that if council wishes to bump the council evening schedule to December 14th, keeping in mind that typically that meeting date is when we're passing our budget. So December 7th is sort of a leftover schedule if there's any outstanding budget items that we roll into that particular meeting. But if finance staff are comfortable in moving the scheduled date up for the council meeting on December 14th as opposed to the 21st, then we can make that happen.
Anything else, Councillor Crone?
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd be curious to hear what others have to say on the topic.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm fine to make the flip if finance staff are in a position to do that. I think it makes sense from a public engagement perspective, if we're dealing with issues that are subject to people being interested in wanting to engage with us, the chances of them being connected in and aware of that would be greater on the I think it's the 14th than they would be on the 21st. And I think we still have an obligation to our residents and our taxpayers to continue to further the business of the municipality. And so I'm fine to meet on the 21st as well, but recognizing that public engagement might be a little lower at that point in the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
I agree. I also agree with Councillor Crone's comments. It'd be nice to be able to meet live again. I find a big part of that I'm missing is those sidebar conversations before or after meetings with staff and my colleagues, and it certainly helps doing our job when we can meet in person. But I think this is the safe way to do it. I hope that we can come back as soon as it's safe, because as I said, I miss all of you guys, and our conversations that we can have outside of meetings really go a long way to improve understanding and get on the same page with some things. So the sooner that we can meet in person, the better. But I agree this is the safest way to do it now, and also agree with the flipping those dates in December. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I have to take some responsibility for this. I was the one who drove the decision for consistency and put the meeting on the week of Christmas. So I'll own up for that. We have listened to council throughout this pandemic, and one of the things recently provided was for us, the administration, to bring forward a zero-based budget, and we are going to deliver on that. And I don't think our budget process necessarily is going to be lengthy and grueling and cumbersome. And normally we reserve that workshop for council topics. So I think we could safely eliminate the workshop in December and just move the date to, we'll have the concurrent meetings. I think it's the 7th and 14th. And if need be, if we had to have some more budget discussions prior to adoption, we could do it at either of the first 2 meetings in December. So I think that might be the best approach, is just to eliminate any kind of meeting on the 21st for the many reasons that have been discussed here today. And we'll be up and running again. I think we start our year usually with a workshop in January and February, and we'll definitely be planning accordingly. And as far as the Build Back Better, work optimization, reopening the council chambers at least partially will be a priority, because I think it's symbolic as the head of democracy in the town that we should get that the chamber back functional. And if maybe not fully functional, but it'll be interesting to see how a hybrid model would work. I just had some discussions with Councillor Persicini this morning, as a matter of fact, and he was suggesting maybe partial council attendance, partial SMT attendance, and partial virtual. And you know, it's going to be a challenge from the technology perspective, but I think our clerks department and our IT support department will be up to the challenge. They've certainly been throughout the COVID matter till this point in time. So I'll table that for, maybe we'll bring back a revised agenda for adoption at our next meeting with that detail.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So are staff suggesting that they're not going to have workshop topics for the December meeting? Because I'm fine to meet on the 21st. I think we have an obligation to continue to meet. And if there are matters to discuss, then that's what we're here for. So if staff don't think they're going to have anything to bring forward, that's one thing. But we seem to have no loss of ideas for things that we'd like to send to a workshop. So I'm loath to get rid of the meeting altogether off our calendar, but certainly I'm happy to flip it to allow for a council meeting on the 14th and a workshop on the 21st. And if we don't need the workshop, then we cancel it, but I'd prefer to leave it in place. Thank you.
I know there was the suggestion that staff go back and come back to us, so perhaps they can have a discussion. They've certainly heard our discussion regarding this item, and see what you can come back with. Would you suggest, Mr. Webster, our next meeting?
We will. I have no problem with having a workshop scheduled, and we can always cancel a meeting with due notice. So if that's the case, we could just amend the schedule right now, flip the 2 dates, and if we do not require a workshop on the 21st, we'll just cancel it with due notice and proceed with a January workshop. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the resolution that we have in front of us, and the changes, as Mr. Webster has just indicated, to flip the 2 and have the workshop on the December 21st. Any other questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Horner, is there anything else under legal and council support services at this time?
Nothing else today, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will move along to item I, and that's Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. And Mr. Carbazin, there you are. Good to see you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, today we have a presentation on our Civic Precinct to highlight and update council on some of the recent work within our Civic Precinct. So I would request that the clerks provide council with the presentation. Thank you. So today, just highlighting a few of our projects in our Civic precinct. Next slide, please. So the public realm and streetscape improvements, this is a rendering of the four corners at Leslie and Mount Albert Side Road. And this project was in partnership with the Region of York. Next slide, please. Project value is approximately $460,000. The region contributing approximately 25% of that project. The project is now complete and within budget and the schedule. The project consists of hardscaping, landscaping, street furniture, and the masonry half wall features that you see here. Next slide, please. Just another view of the street furniture adjacent to the Sharon Temple. That's the southeast corner. And again, project is now complete. Next slide, please. The final portion of the project will be to replace the pedestal sign across the street from this location here. As you can see, the hardscaping's been completed. The pedestal sign will be updated with the new town logo. Next slide, please. So some of the shared vision that we've had with our community partners and local businesses, this is an example of working with our local business, in particular Vince's Market, to have a shared vision with regards to streetscaping and public realm. As you can see, consistent masonry half wall features, some street furniture, hardscaping, fencing. You can see there a shade structure that's been installed, all with the same type of a character, look and feel, consistent with carrying throughout the precinct. Next slide, please. Another example of again, the same type of masonry used, fencing, and type and look of materials. Another example of tying in with the signature planter / public art type program and 19040 Leslie Street. Next slide, please. Moving through to the accessible and green courtyard. In addition, the character walkway, which connects the precinct to our temple, the Sharon Temple grounds and our partners at the temple, and the recently installed community flagpole at the courtyard. Next slide, please. To the south of the Civic Center parking lot, we've installed now a connecting pathway, 3-meter wide pathway that connects the character walkway through to a box culvert and connection point planned in partnership with the LSRCA to cross the Sharon Creek and take us to a pathway, a multi-use pathway that would then connect us to Children of Peace Park to the south. Next slide, please. It's an example of the culvert and pathway that will connect to a pathway along Beachboro through to Children of Peace Park. Total project value is approximately $225,000. Again, the project was completed under budget and within the schedule. Next slide, please. Some recent stormwater management upgrades, as you can see, protective barriers, decorative ballers, and curbing, just further establishing the parking lot areas as well as the stormwater management areas, and then the connecting walkway. Next slide, please. So this is the multi-use path which connects the Civic Precinct or Civic Center lands through to Children of Peace Park to the south. Next slide, please. The recently completed Children of Peace Park. This is the masonry and trellised entry feature at the park. Again, with decorative fencing, and we're happy to report we were able to work with adjacent residents to widen this entryway as well as preserve 5 mature trees along the entryway. Total project value was approximately 1.3 million. And again, the project was delivered under budget and within schedule. Next slide, please. Heading into the park, you'll see some decorative light standards, flagpoles, shade pavilion, and interconnected pathways. Next slide, please. We worked with our partners at the Sharon Temple and had a subcommittee, an advisory subcommittee, to work directly with the temple to integrate what our shared vision might be for this park. As a part of this, we've developed some banners with inspirational messaging in partnership with the temple. The two banners you see there have the messages of responsibility and democracy. Next slide, please. The park has a direct connection to the Sharon Temple. As you can see there to the north, the property line, we've installed decorative fencing as well as a decorative gate that the temple can control and open up to the park for special events and events in conjunction with the town. Next slide, please. And there's also generous areas for gathering, for rest, areas for rest, as well as dedicated areas for public art. Next slide, please. So just another view of the decorative gateway to the temple grounds and a rest area. Next slide, please. Further to the west, again, more connecting pathways, and there will be areas for premier gardens and high-end gardens that we will plant, and we are growing that plant material now at our new operations center site. Next slide, please. Shade pavilion and events type of a pavilion that could again host events, town events or temple events, and simply be used by residents. Next slide, please. The connecting pathways lead into the Sharon Creek Trail system. As you can see, bridging and boardwalk systems installed to connect into the complete trail system to the south, which is the recently completed Sharon Creek Trail system. Next slide, please. Some rest areas as well as public gathering places and placemaking with tiered rocks and landscaping. Next slide, please. A picture from the south facing north to the temple grounds with the shade pavilion and tiered gathering space. Next slide, please. Celebrating our past, so a stone garden display, we will be installing some interpretive plaques and some educational plaques. This is a representation of the foundation of the David Wilson House, which is on the site. So that will be planted out with the various rooms that would be within that footprint. Next slide, please. Further to the south are some environmental features and a lookout, preserving our natural environment with connections through the Sharon Creek Trail system. And you'll see a bat box there, which is, again, in consultation with Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority and preserving our natural environment. Next slide, please. Further pathways on the east, again, connecting to the adjacent community and Beachboro with the connection up to the north to the Civic Center lands. Next slide, please. And I'd like to thank all of our partners, in particular the Sharon Temple and the Sharon Temple Subcommittee, which was Ian Proudfoot, Monica Mihalchuk, and Sean Tanak, our partners at York Region and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. I'd also like to thank town staff, Frank Mazzotta, our manager of Parks and Development, Parks Development, and our project manager, Justin Tucker, which I should just add has recently achieved his project manager professional designation through the Project Management Institute. So congratulations to Justin. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to these projects.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I think congratulations are in order for this one. That park looks fabulous. Every one of the pictures looks better than the last, which is very good. One very simple question, and I don't know if there's a good answer for it or not, but there is still a piece of unpaved property there in front of Vince's that is kind of right behind the streetscape on the corner. I've often wondered what that is still there for. Does anybody have an answer for that, or is there something specific there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't specifically know what that area. We would have to check the site plan and get back to the councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente?
I think the area that Councillor Foster is referring to right behind, right at the corner, and the Vince's Plaza is where the site plan calls for another building to go there. I believe they were looking to put a bank or something to that effect, but it's for another building, so it wasn't paved because they were hoping to construct another phase of the site. Thanks.
That's kind of what I thought, and the more I looked at it, I thought looks kind of small. I'm not sure just what might be going in there, but it certainly may work.
Maybe a drive-through bank. Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Karmazin, it's much greater than I ever expected. I've popped in a couple of times when construction was going on and was delighted at what I saw, but today with it pretty much finished, it's much greater than my expectations ever were, and I think we all wanted to see a passive park that could be utilized by the temple as well as the town office here for a variety of activities. And I can just, as you were showing the tiered seating area, I can just well imagine some performances that could take place there, and probably on an informal level, and it's exactly what I think we need in this area. So please pass along our thanks and appreciation to all of the staff. And I know that I spoke to a couple of the staff several months ago, and each one of them seemed to have had a vision themselves on what it was to look like. It wasn't that they were just working on a project; they had a vision of the long-term goal, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you very much. I think it sets a different standard for us now as well when we get into some parks that somebody said to me, is there playground equipment? No, there's no playground equipment. This is something very different, and I think it's the beginning of us doing some very remarkable parks in our community as we continue to grow. I saw some hands up. Councillor Foster first, and then Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
I was just going to say, Madam Mayor, it looks like a perfect opportunity for council to get together and go for a socially distanced walk and have a look at that park.
Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo the sentiments that you expressed. This park is within walking distance of my home, and I've watched it develop. I walk by almost every day, frankly, and I've seen it come together. And quite frankly, it will allow me to come to the Civic Center when we reopen it without having to walk on Leslie Street. I'll have a safe and beautiful way to get to work, but I wanted to commend staff for hitting one out of the park. I cannot wait to see it fully planted out. The trees themselves, even though they're young, are beautiful already, and I see people are already loving. They were climbing the fence while it was still under construction to be able to access the space, and so that speaks to the success of the project and how appealing it is to our residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Persichini, go ahead, please, and then Councillor Crothers.
I also want to congratulate Aaron and his staff and everyone involved with doing a terrific job. And I think the citizens and residents of EG don't know how many beautiful parks we have. I know that last time I talked to you, Aaron, he said we we got a, I don't know how many we have, but we stand in the second or third most parks in the region, and we have beautiful, and we're very fortunate to have all those beautiful trails that we can bike and run, whatever we want to do, walk, and we're very pleased of all the work that you guys do in the region and the conservation and working together with EG. So it looks great out there. I mean, I love it. I mean, going out there and get some exercise and at the same time enjoying everything. Congratulations to all the hard work that goes behind it. People don't know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, please.
Thank you. It goes without saying that the park is absolutely beautiful, but I want to comment on the streetscaping. The streetscaping is absolutely gorgeous. It makes me so proud every time I drive through there. Our town is something to be very proud of. And now with what we're doing in Mount Albert and what we've done in Sharon, it's time to turn our attention to Holland Landing. So I won't miss the opportunity to put in a plea for that, waiting on our next meeting to be looking at doing something similar for Holland Landing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Roy-DiClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. The next item is a cultural verbal update. Sorry, Parks, Recreation, Cultural Verbal Update. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Pleased to announce that our Operations Center project is now complete. We're in the process of conducting our very final inspections and reports for occupancy. It's anticipated that staff will start to move into the facility in phases within June. The project has been delivered under the council approved budget and within the revised schedule due to COVID-19. A comprehensive memorandum to council will be provided on June 15th, and this will include a detailed financial summary of the project, including included with that memorandum to council. We've arranged for a virtual tour of the facility for our residents. So that is essentially a walkthrough, given the restrictions in having any type of in-person gathering or functions. So I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the verbal update, and look forward to providing council with a comprehensive memo and supporting material on June 15th.
Thank you very much. I drove by the other day. It looks amazing. The grass is all in and it's taken quite nicely. And there, I could see several vehicles there busy at the time. So we should be very proud of this facility for sure. Questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor, and that's carried. Are there any other items for Community Parks, Recreation and Culture at this time, Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a couple quick verbal updates. With the recent announcement of day camp programs, that day camp programs may proceed. With the introduction of some new regulations and safety measures, staff are planning a summer camp program session. At this time, we are planning on a registration date of June 16th, and our recreation staff and communication staff will update our residents with regards to the registration details as well as the camp program details. And then another verbal update, we have had several reports through the Parks branch of some concerns related to gypsy moth and gypsy moth caterpillars. And I should inform council that we have developed a fact sheet that we will be providing online for our residents. And just some quick facts to highlight, the insects are cyclical every 7 to 10 years. They may cause minor destruction to leaf canopies, but that destruction will regenerate over time. And the town is a part of a York Region forestry working group with all 9 municipalities. And no other municipalities are spraying for the moths at this time. And we are continuing to monitor this species and other species with that group. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I go back to the day camp session? And I'm just curious, do we have staffing? Have we had an opportunity to have recruitments and some kind of training at this point? It's already the 1st of June, and I know normally you're way ahead of it by this point. So I'm just wondering where we stand with our staffing issues there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have been, during the shutdown, we have been recruiting. So for the past 6 weeks, we have been doing callbacks of existing staff, and as well as recruiting and doing interviews for staff moving forward. And we have also prepared all of our camp manuals, policies, procedures, safety standards. And in addition to that, our recreation group has done a fantastic job of doing online training sessions to prepare for camp training as well.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I have a motion, be it resolved that the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture verbal update dated June 1st, 2021, entitled Ops Center Update, be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to item J, and that is Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services. We have no reports at this time. Are there any questions at this point? Seeing none, I will move along to item K, and that's Development Services. And please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For Development Services, the first item is a memo, an update to council on the Averton site plan. I believe a couple of weeks ago there was a request for an update. As council is aware, the site plan application proposed 74 units and some at-grade commercial space. The applicant is currently undertaking site servicing of the development. That's expected to be completed by the end of this summer, and the paving work as well, and they will then move to pulling the permits. The first phase included in our agreement makes it very clear, and I've attached the drawing, that as part of the first building permits, the mixed-use building along Center Street will be started at the same time as the townhome units. 13,000 square feet of commercial, retail commercial on the ground floor with 10 apartment units above. And then the remaining townhomes are another 64 units. So building permits have been received for the mixed-use building as well, and construction should commence, we believe, end of summer, early, sometime in September.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Ramuno. I want to thank you for providing this. I know we had some discussion about it at the previous council, and I do appreciate this. I will be watching this particular issue very closely. I would like to say that my confidence level in the developer to deliver on their promises is great. It's been shaken lately with a few, and we discussed it offline, with a few of the things that they have not been delivering on, and the respect level from them for the neighbors has not been what I would like to see. But that's not your problem. Just let it be noted on record that I will be watching this of particular closeness. So thank you. That's it for me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? That's carried. Second item is the Oak Ridges Moraine Ecological Memorial Forest status.
Yes, Madam Mayor, through you, this is an update for council. As council recalls, we received a deputation from the Newmarket Cemetery Corporation back in November of 2020, where they presented their proposal for a ecological memorial, forest cemetery proposal for the lands. They provided us with the update. They are working with the province seeking permission for the use under the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan. So this is really an update. I've had a recent discussion with Mr. Matt Evans, the director of the Newmarket Cemetery Corporation, and they will be initiating some of the environmental study background work to demonstrate the general conformity to the overall intent of the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan. When that work is completed, I will report back to council, and they will submit that work to us and to the province in the spirit of moving forward on this proposal.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I have, is that a question, Councillor Roy-DiClemente?
Just a suggestion, given that there are some moving parts to this, I just wanted to I'd be happy to move it. I just was going to suggest that we also add to the resolution that we direct staff to continue to monitor the circumstance and report back as needed.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 3. Go ahead, please.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Next item is another memo with an update for council with respect to the York Region's request of a month ago, I believe, a resolution to all the local area municipalities to support their accelerated affordable housing initiative on 2 items in particular, as listed in the memo. One was to seek a resolution from the local municipalities regarding a conveyance of up to 2 acres of land for future affordable housing projects, as well as a request to amend local parkland dedication bylaws to waive the parkland fees from any future affordable housing projects brought forward by the region. Staff suggestion here is that this be forwarded to our understanding is there's a mayor's task force that are considering these type of items, and staff will certainly report back at a later date with respect to the specific 2 resolutions.
Thank you.
On how to address those in a consistent manner.
Yes, thank you. Questions, Mr. Ramuno? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you. The next one I have is Oxford Plan of Subdivision.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Next item is a memo. It's the Oxford Power Law Control Exemption Bylaw, and there's an associated Power Law Control Bylaw on the agenda for Council's enactment. This is simply to permit the sale of 4 semi-detached units that are under construction in the community of Mount Albert, fronting on the Rob Thompson Road. There's an imminent closing for these 4 units early in June.
Questions, comments? Not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 5, Planning Branch Report Zoning Bylaw Amendment and Site Plan Approval Application. Go ahead, Mr. Ramuno, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this is a report with a number of recommendations seeking council's approval of the related zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone a portion of the property for the proposed daycare from rural to prestige employment, as well as environmental protection area. as well as to approve the site plan application for the proposed two-story daycare on the property. Before I get into any other details, I'd just like to also add that the applicant, the owner, Miss Shelley Ann Bing, and her planner Dan Stone, I believe, are listening in. If there are any questions, of course, they're satisfied with the report recommending approval of the zoning bylaw and the plan of subdivision. But as council is aware, we've been working on this application for the past couple of years, specifically with the rezoning and the site plan application. We have final comments and conditions from all the related departments and agencies to allow the project to move forward. One of the other conditions we've included as well, or sorry, recommendations, is that the council also authorize a earthworks servicing agreement to permit the initial site servicing to begin as soon as council authorizes approval of the site plan application while we continue to work with the applicant on finalizing the site plan agreement.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am certainly not against this development. I think it's something that's sorely needed. I still wonder about the number of parking spaces reduction from 51 to 37. There's someplace in the report there that reads there could be 21 staff. I don't know if that means 21 staff together all the time. It doesn't seem to leave a lot of parking. In my mind, I know that a lot of the traffic will be pick up and drop off. But I can't help but think for those 5 or 6 months when we have snow, you may well be losing an additional 4 or 5 parking spots of what's left. And I can't help but think that that might be a little bit tight.
Thank you. Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. No, it's a good point, but we have taken a look at this, specifically daycares, and our parking rate in our zoning bylaw, we think is, when it comes to daycares, is relatively high. And in my experience, the majority of the spaces are really typically required for staff. We've spent some time, and the applicant has designed a drop off and pick up area, which is really going to be the busiest part for the parents who are dropping off the students. So we think the reduction, is warranted. The 37 spaces would be more than enough to serve the staff and any other support staff in the parent drop-off area. With respect to a good point, with respect to snow storage, there is ample spots to the south of the property that could deal with the snow storage. There is some sort of green space that would be able to accommodate the snow storage during the winter time, and they wouldn't have to use up any of the parking spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers and then Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you. I have some concerns about safety in the drop-off area. Having represented schools for so many years, that I'm looking at this and thinking about people having to back out of those spots and wondering why a loop wasn't considered being a safer drop-off situation where you're only ever going forward. There's never any backing up. So I have concerns about that. I have concerns about traffic coming in and out of the site. Is it going to be right in, right out only, and parents will be prevented from coming the other direction? Worried about how that might back up traffic in there. I also have concerns about the septic. They're using the existing septic, which seems to be a long ways away, and wondering about the environmental impact of trying to connect to that, as well as, these are concerns I raised last time we talked about this. They're still concerns, they haven't been addressed. The rezoning, I'm happy to see that there's more environmentally protected areas. I worry that this building is very close to that, and that any rezoning this close to looking at our official plan, I would rather consider at that time. So those are the concerns I've raised in the past, and I still have those concerns. So I don't feel I can support this at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Ramuno, do you have any comments or answers to some of the questions that Councillor Crothers had?
Certainly. I mean, just with respect to the zoning, the one thing we did as well is we're proposing to rezone the EPA area throughout the entire site, and the Conservation Authority has been involved in this as well. So the that EPA area does include a 15-meter buffer, so to ensure protection for that feature. The septic system was something that obviously we also looked at. They were required; their engineers were required to submit a servicing analysis of the existing septic system to make sure that it could support the new building. They still have access to municipal water. With respect to access, the region is requiring exclusive turning lanes on Leslie Street. So the driveway access, the new access proposed into the daycare to the north of the north end of the property will have a exclusive left turn lane into the site, but it will be a full move site access point. The traffic report does indicate that the majority of the traffic is likely coming from the north, and so the region has asked for a dedicated turn lane. One of the conditions is once the east-west collector road is constructed, that access driveway location will be closed, and direct access from the east-west road will be secured. But yeah, that is one of the conditions that the region has imposed, is the dedicated turn lanes onto Leslie Street. And there's some work that'll have to be done at that location.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to see this come forward. I think my constituents, I'm seeing a lot of posts on social media. They are desperate for childcare options that are local and of good quality. And so I'm pleased to see that. As far as the parking is concerned, as someone who was a heavy user of childcare kiss and ride drop-offs, I can tell you, you don't park. You drop your kid off and you go because you've got to get to work, you've got to get to a meeting, you've got to get somewhere else, so you're not staying. So from that perspective, I think that having, even if all staff are on site at for 21, you've still got 16 parking spots available. And quite frankly, I can think of maybe once or twice in a year where you dropped off and you parked because you needed to speak to somebody or you needed to go in and switch indoor shoes or something like that. So from that perspective, I don't see a major concern. I'm actually happy to see it located near environmentally protected and sensitive land, because I've seen so many other childcare facilities that are their play area is a concrete pad and recess is a plastic cozy coop and a lot of skinned knees. And so for me, I see the option of putting on some rubber boots and going to play in the mud as a pro in this, as a pro working in favor of this application. So from that perspective, I'm fine with that. I am sensitive to the idea that this is, first of all, a sensitive land use, and that this area is very much area in transition. And so as the extension of Harry Walker comes north and as the east-west collector is put in, I do want us to be aware of the future proposals for the other parts of this land and what that land use may be, as well as the adjacent land uses. So I just, I'm happy to see this come forward, but I just want to make sure that what we do next doesn't negatively impact negatively impact the facility. Through you, Madam Mayor, I did have a question regarding the septic. It was partially answered. I'm fine if they're going to be using the existing septic, that anything can be engineered, they can connect to it. I just wanted to confirm that there's sufficient capacity in that septic system that would allow for the existing building that's already there, and right now it's vacant and unused. But should something come together for that building, how would the plumbing work if you've got the daycare and the rather large existing building all using the same septic bed? And if they, I just wanted to confirm that the servicing report addressed that matter sufficiently so that we can make sure that we don't end up with a problem down the road. Please and thank you.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. No, yeah, that's correct. The servicing report did address the capacity of the existing system to accommodate the new building, but also the existing structure on the Leslie Street. We are including a condition, however, in the site plan agreement that will require, once a user is determined for the existing building, as council is aware, it's been vacant for a number of years, that the applicant would be required to reapply, may require amendment to the site plan, and we will have one last review of the proposed use and user and the flows, just to ensure that there are no issues with respect to the existing system.
Thank you very much for that. Just further through you, Madam Mayor, one final question. Mr. Ramuno, do you know what their timeline is? When would they be accepting applications for childcare?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think Ms. Ambing is very anxious. As soon as council deals with the approvals, I think their next step will be to work out an agreement to commence the earthworks to get going. Yeah. Yes. I see Ms. Ambing is here. She may be able to provide some additional information with respect to timing.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the support to all the councillors and the mayor. We're hoping to start taking names on a wait list as soon as we get the building started. We'll post on our website, which is under Aurora Children's Center Inc. We'll put a wait list piece there so that anyone interested in East Gwillimbury Children's Center can put their name on our list, and it's for toddler and preschool. So we're excited to be coming to the community of East Gwillimbury. We've been around for 33 years, so we'll bring you quality care.
Thanks you very
everyone.
much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any other questions at this time? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente, seconded by Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Anging. We will, I'm sure, be hearing more from you as you get moving along in this project.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
That concludes the agenda portion for development services. Mr. Ramuno, do you have anything else to add at this time?
Nothing further, Madam. Aside from June 2nd, tomorrow evening, and June 3rd, we have our community workshops on our OP update, Madam Mayor. And good news is, I believe I just heard that we have over 30 participants registered for each of the 4 workshops.
Oh, very good. And your expectation is that council would join you?
Yes, I think we've sent the link out to council, and council can join any one of the workshops, if you like.
Thank you. Okay, I'm at item L, and that's finance. We have one report. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This report is with respect to the Queensville financial agreement, and it's been in place since 2012, and this agreement has provided the advanced funding to allow us to provide infrastructure to service the Queensville community. It was last reviewed in 2016 and updated then, and it's a good opportunity now with the progression of the design for the Health and Active Living Plaza and development in the area to revisit the agreement as well. So when we did do that review of the agreement, a couple of things came up. One was the need for advanced funding for the construction of the park at the Help and for a promenade at the Help as well. And as well, there was a request from the developer group to add 2 more parties to the agreement, which is allowed under the terms of the agreement. So this report is requesting council authorization to make those amendments to the agreement. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Roy-DiClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Marshall, is there anything else under finance at this time?
Madam Mayor, nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Marshall of anything that people will have on their mind? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move to corporate services. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two brief presentations for you and a staff announcement if time permits. Our first presentation is item M1 on the agenda, and it's a really a nice overview of a successful initiative recently undertaken and led by our economic development team. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Margot Bejean and Brittany Stevenson-Byers.
Thank you, Mark, and good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, colleagues, and members of the public who may be watching. My name is Margot Bejean. I'm the Director of Economic Development, and I'm going to start you off on an update on some of the initiatives that we've undertaken as a result of our efforts to focus on local business recovery as throughout the pandemic. Go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to touch on some of the initiatives that we've undertaken and sort of the rationale for why we've looked at this EG Loves Local campaign as an important contributor to business recovery. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Brittany, who will tell you about one of our more recent success stories. And then we'll come back and talk about some of our next steps. Next slide, please. So it's no surprise to members of council why shopping local matters, but I think it's important just to sort of reiterate that you know, as part of our response to the pandemic and part of our efforts to support businesses, we recognize that being able to enhance our community's commitment to shopping locally was going to have a really important impact on our businesses' ability to be able to sustain their operations and ultimately to recover once the restrictions are lifted. We know that the money that you spend locally primarily stays local. Our businesses work collaboratively and often purchase from each other. Certainly that helps our municipal objectives as businesses are successful and are able to grow and create new jobs. So the EG Loves Local campaign is probably one of the bright news stories that came out of the pandemic, and we were able to work with our internal communications team to develop some graphics and messaging under the umbrella of EG Loves Local. And happy to say that EG Loves Local brand has really started to catch on. It has been embraced by our partners at the Chamber, and we worked on a number of shop local initiatives collaboratively. Next slide, please. So from an economic development perspective and from our, from the context of really trying to support business sustainability and recovery, we knew that this was a key piece of resiliency and recovery. Whenever we had an opportunity to drive increased sales or to create increased awareness of the local public of the services and products that are available locally, we knew that would contribute to the survival, hopefully, and sustainability of the businesses. And one of the important outcomes that has come through this program has also been ability to gather data and to understand, better understand ourselves what products and services are available, and also what the community appetite for engaging with local businesses is. And it's also strengthens, as I mentioned, our relationship and our abilities to collaborate with partners like the Chamber of Commerce. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brittany Stevenson-Byers, and she's going to walk you through some of our recent efforts and one success story in particular.
Thank
Next
you,
slide,
Margo.
please.
Thank you, Margo. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, town staff, and residents. My name is Brittany Stevenson-Byers, and I'm the Economic Development Assistant. Thank you for inviting me to present alongside Margo today and to deep dive into the projects we have been working on to support the EG Loves Local initiative. EG Loves Local has been evolving and growing throughout the past year, as Margot mentioned, as part of our local business recovery strategy. The screen right now, I have a couple of some of the projects that we have launched. In December 2020, leading up to the holidays, we launched the Shop Local video, which followed a storyline of two people doing their holiday shopping throughout town. In this video, we had the opportunity to feature more than 11 businesses, from restaurants to retail stores, from local farms to salons, to showcase that you don't need to travel far to do your shopping and that our businesses were still open for in-person shopping in compliance with the provincial municipal regulations. The video also featured a wide range of shopping opportunities, whether that was physical gifts or purchasing gift cards. Following that, in February of 2021, we put together a social media campaign to highlight the different ways to support small businesses. Through this campaign in particular, we showcased several local businesses through different themes, such as discovering local flavor for restaurants that offer takeaway and delivery options, gifting locally for retail stores that had unique gifts for Valentine's Day, family togetherness activities to take part in for Family Day, and prioritizing your health and wellness through online yoga sessions or wellness check-ins with local medical clinics. The goal of this social media campaign was to re-energize the Shop Local movement after the holidays, and again, to showcase that our small businesses continue to pivot and retool their daily operations to serve our community safely. Next slide, please. As businesses continue to navigate through the pandemic, we compiled a business directory to include essential services. Oh, please go back to the previous slide. Thank you. To showcase essential services and businesses that are open or providing modified operations. This directory features over 120 small to large scale businesses, all located within East Gwillimbury and organized by community and business type. When you browse through the directory, you will find businesses under agriculture, food and beverage, health and wellness, and retail and grocery. Each of the businesses listed also has a link to their website, whether they offer online ordering, delivery, or takeout, and their contact information. The directory was created as an awareness piece for residents to understand what businesses and services are located within the community and that they can feel confident with shopping remotely with local businesses. Next slide, please. In addition to the social media and marketing campaigns, we partnered with the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce on local product boxes. The program is designed to support businesses, provide businesses the opportunity to make additional sales, and for businesses to reach a wider local market. The curated boxes featured a collection of items and coupons wrapped up for residents to purchase and to pick up through a contactless pickup. The program kicked off in October of 2020 with the EG Fall Flavors Local Food Box. The food box featured a variety of homegrown vegetables and products from 8 local farms and a bundle of coupons. The program generated $1,540 from 55 sales that went directly back to those 8 businesses. The next product box was the holiday gift box in December of 2020. The holiday gift box featured 9 products and again another bundle of coupons from a wide range of local businesses. The program generated $4,525 from 100 sales, which supported the 9 businesses that were in the box. These curated boxes created an opportunity for residents to have access to fresh and healthy food options during a time where there was limited access to our farms and a one-stop local shop when we were on the brink of a lockdown before the holidays. Next slide, please. Fast forward to May of 2021, we partnered again with the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce for the Mother's Day gift box. I'll deep dive a little bit further into this one in particular, just to give you an overview of the process and the success of this product box in particular. We started the box by doing a call out for businesses to participate and to create an equal opportunity to capture all types of businesses that may have not participated in the 2 previous boxes. Another way we wanted to make the gift box inclusive was to offer, again, the opportunity to those who couldn't provide a physical product, the opportunity to provide a coupon, which we saw in the previous boxes as well. Once we gathered the businesses, the Mother's Day gift box was composed of 7 products and 8 coupons from local businesses. The Mother's Day gift box was open for ordering for a total of 4 weeks, and within the first day, there were 26 gift boxes purchased, and we continued to exceed over 100 sales within the first week. With the engagement on social media and positive response from the community, we made sure to communicate with the businesses on a regular and frequent basis to let them know a running total of the orders and to make the process as stress-free as possible. There was no way that we could anticipate and to predict that we would end up with the sales that we did, and we appreciate the cooperation and the patience of each of the businesses. The Mother's Day gift box generated a total of $9,350 in sales from 249 sales, which supported those 7 small businesses in our community, and again, the 8 businesses that provided coupons. Next slide, please. I also wanted to quickly touch base on our marketing and advertising efforts during the Mother's Day gift box and throughout the other EG Loves Local initiative. To our surprise, the most effective advertising outlet were our road signs. Throughout the past year, we have used these road signs to connect businesses to supports, to showcase shop local initiatives, and of course, for the product boxes. We took feedback from residents at the holiday gift box to see where they had heard about the program and the opportunity, and many of them mentioned the One Lonely sign at Green Lane and Leslie. For the Mother's Day gift box, we knew we had to do the same, but this time we had 3 signs throughout the community in Mount Albert, Sharon, and Hollow Landing. And again, when we had the curbside pickup, we did a poll, and again, we found out that most of the residents had seen these road signs throughout town. EG Loves Local initiatives, including the gift box program, have been communicated through our town e-newsletter, town page, social media, the chamber newsletter, the chamber social media, and the Experience EG social media pages. Next slide, please. As we know, throughout the past year, our small businesses have been faced with many challenges of implementing new ways of doing business, whether that is through curbside pickup or local delivery. They've had to adapt new protocols. They face supply chain constraints. And of course, for the consumer, there has been a huge shift in shopping habits and behaviors. For most people, they do want to support local businesses, and we have seen as this program has grown over the past year, EG Loves Local has become more than just this initiative. It's really become a huge presence in the community. On the screen right now, I'm pleased to share with you some of the feedback we have received on the local product box program. Of course, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive from both the businesses and the residents. And on the current slide, I've shared just an email that we received from a local resident who had purchased a gift box for her daughter who was a new mom. Right beside it, I did share a photo of the Mother's Day gift box with all of its contents, and that's what folks took home to gift to their mothers, daughters, and loved ones. I also want to touch base on the perspective of these businesses that participated. Throughout the program, I was able to have countless conversations with each of them. A few conversations in particular that stood out was for one business that this program actually bridged the gap in sales that they were losing from the delay of the farmers market. The only opportunity that they have to sell their products is from the farmers market. They are a very small business that's not open to the public, and that this extra income made not only a huge difference for their business, but also for their family. Another business shared that they were grateful for the opportunity to connect with members of the community. As a relatively new business in town, they were extremely appreciative that that they were able to get their products out into the community in a time where they were closed for in-person shopping. They said that the program was well managed and organized, and they look forward to further opportunities with the chamber and the town. Next slide, please. Before I pass the presentation back to Marco, I would like to acknowledge that the local product boxes and the EG Loves Local initiatives are truly a collaborative effort. There are many moving pieces into building these programs, and the success of these programs have been because of our partnership with the Chamber, the engagement of our Economic Development Advisory Committee, fellow team EG departments working behind the scenes in communications, human resources, facilities, and customer service. And of course, the backbone of our community, which are our hardworking local businesses and our wonderful residents rallying behind them to show their support during this challenging time. I would like to pass it back to Margot Bijan to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Brittany. And next slide, please. So just very quickly to summarize our next steps with respect to what we hope will be a long run for the EG Loves Local brand and programming. We want to work towards a sustainable post-COVID model for these curated local product boxes. We've seen how successful they are. It has made sense for the municipality to be directly involved as part of our support for business recovery. But in the long run, we see this as either an opportunity for one of our partners or even potentially a small business in its own right for somebody to be able to move forward. So we're currently working with with EDAC, with our advisory committee, to explore some options to carry this forward and to build on the program. We're going to continue to build on the brand and deliver responsive programming. As you may be aware, there is a business retention and expansion survey being conducted right now of local businesses using a consultant that's doing telephone interviews. So that's helping us to gather information about what programs and supports businesses have accessed, but also where are the gaps and what they may need help with going forward. And we'll certainly tie that into our future plans for EG Loves Local and for all of our business support initiatives. Next slide, please. So either Brittany or I are certainly happy to answer any questions that members of council may have. And then following that, with the Madam Mayor's indulgence, I would have a brief verbal update if time permits.
Congratulations. What a story of success. Thank you so much. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to the staff. More of a comment. Congratulations on a job well done. Small businesses are the backbone of our community, and they've been dealt a horrible hand with COVID-19, and I am so proud of the way staff has stepped up, how you've worked collaboratively with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Economic Development Committee. Everything has just been phenomenal, and I'm so glad and so proud of all the great effort and work that you've been able to do. And I know that even after the opening happens, small business is still going to need a little bit of support and hand-holding, and I'm glad to hear that you've already thought of that and are ahead of the curve. So that's it for me, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to express my admiration and pride.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Great presentation. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Now you had another, did you say you had another presentation as well?
Just a brief verbal update, if I may, Madam Mayor. Members of council may have seen some promotions on our social media for a program called Business Bounce Back. This is a program that we are launching in partnership with the town of Georgina and with York University's Y Space. It's targeting entrepreneurs primarily in the tourism and hospitality industry that have been significantly hard hit by the pandemic, but it's open to all sectors. It's going to provide some one-on-one coaching from a series of experts that are available through a program that was developed at York University. And we expect in the near future to hear some significant funding announcements from the province, at which time I'll come back with a more formal report to council to update you. But just wanted to let you know that we have started the work in setting up the ground to get ready for this program and to try to attract some participants into the program. So.
Wonderful. Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. We will receive your verbal presentation, moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente, seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work. And with that, we have one more under Corp. Item number 2. And then we will take a break. So the second item, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. And we're conscious of time, so we'll try and keep this brief. And I do have one very quick staff announcement, if I can, before we close off the corporate section. But item M2 really complements the presentation that you saw earlier by GM Karmazin. We've got such a magnificent suite of parks and trails that are being developed and becoming quite renowned in East Gwillimbury for that. And we have been working, our GIS team has been working with the CPRC team to modernize how we inform and market those spaces in EG and how we sort of bring those to people's attention in the community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McNeil to provide a very sort of brief context for this. And then we've got a very short demo just to show you how this is going to improve and modernize our communications.
Thank you, Mark, Madam Mayor and Council, town staff and residents. This important modernization initiative underscores the degree of collaboration that is evolving across the organization. We are establishing technologies that encourage integration of business processes and information in the delivery of services. This solution embodies the town's digital strategy of presenting complex information in a way that makes it easy for the end user to use. In this example, residents and visitors can quickly access information about town parks and trails. In the future, this solution will also provide virtual tours of indoor facilities. I would like to congratulate the project team of Frank Mazzota, Carolyn Saxon, and Julie Jacob on receiving this award. Julie will now provide a brief overview of the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Parks and Trails app is available for use on the town website. What you're seeing here is how it looks when you land on the page. You can use the search tool to search for a specific park amenity, and it will zoom to that location on the map. Alternatively, you can go to a specific community and view the parks and trails available to in that community and zoom to a specific park. We also have the 360 panorama tour, which includes a link that will open a self-guided tour that you can take to follow along the arrows and travel through a park or along a trail. And with that, I'll pass it over to Frank.
Thank you, Julie. Now think back to the first ever Google Maps Street View and the ability to explore, identify, and look at every aspect of any street. Street View has completely changed the way we look at things. It has become a tool to answer many types of questions in a matter of seconds. What was the address number? What was the store called? Where was the interesting piece of art that I walked by the other day? And how big is that street tree that I need to arrange for that tree to be pruned? The launch of the East Gwillimbury Story Map will no doubt have similar benefits for many groups throughout the community. The biggest end user will be existing and future residents of East Gwillimbury, for example. Imagine a parent with a small child that might require a stroller and being able to plan an afternoon outside on a trail. Will the terrain at this trail be difficult to maneuver the stroller? What experience walking through this trail? What will it provide me? Where can they park their car? Now imagine a future resident considering a home purchase in East Gwillimbury and wanting to understand what outdoor recreation facilities are available in the community before they purchase. Where will their kids play? Is there a trail system available so the parent can continue training for that 10-kilometer run? Can the child take a shortcut through the trail and get to a school? Is the trail maintained nicely? Is it safe? What level of outdoor recreation service is my municipality providing for the family? Now consider a resident wanting to permit a picnic shelter for a large family reunion outdoors and asking the town's permitting coordinator, what amenities are available for permitting for a group of 25 people? What do these amenities look like? Are there washrooms, electrical outlets? And is there a playground for my nieces and nephews to play on that playground close by? As we move forward, the benefits of this tool will allow virtual access to town parks and trails to assist with promoting the many experiences that the town outdoor recreation amenities offer. I will now pass it back to Mark Valchik.
Thank you, Frank. And Madam Mayor, I just wish to sort of express my appreciation to our GIS folks and in conjunction with our operations staff in our CPRC area. This is just one of many kind of modernization projects that we've undertaken and we continue to undertake. And I think it's a great example about how we're really sort of really ramping up our communications effectiveness. And so rather than individuals having to get in the car and sort of drive around, which we'd love them to do as well, but before they do that, with these sort of virtual tours that they can take, they can actually develop an interest and understand what's right at their fingertips that they may not realize. So great job done by the team, and it was recognized. This initiative was recognized, and we just wanted to give you a sort of a brief show and tell on it.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. What a wonderful initiative. I think I have an afternoon next day after tomorrow. I'm going to fill it with spending my time having a look at all our parks. It's terrific. Questions from members of council. Councillor Foster first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is another one that's absolutely fabulous. This is great information for our residents. And I'm wondering if, as Mr. Mazzata knows, we talked briefly about this last week at a Trails Advisory Committee meeting. I wonder if we could have this information sent out to the advisory committee, maybe even this report, and some links where they can get on and have a look. I mean, if anybody needs to be kind of up on this one, it should be that committee. And we did talk about it briefly, but I think there's more information here than was given that night. Thanks.
Thank you. Great suggestion. Mr. Valchik and Mr. Mazzata, and I guess even Mr. McNeil, could we make that happen for our committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Oh, I can't see your hand. It needs to be closed. That's it. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this. This is wonderful, and congratulations. I have just one comment, because I was on this yesterday and couldn't see the trails. I was looking specifically for the trails, and you can only see them when you zoom right in. So I'm wondering if we can put something on there, because I was really playing around with it for a long time because it said trails and I couldn't see. So I'm wondering if we can just put a comment on there that you need to zoom in to see the trails. Also, because you have to zoom in so tightly to see the trails, I can't see the trails, in a bigger context. So I have to kind of zoom in on each area looking for a trail. And we were looking for places to walk across town. And it'd be nicer if we could also, in addition to this, have a bigger map that sort of shows where all the trails are, and then we can zoom in to the area we want. I think that would be very useful. This gives us such great detail, but I'm just wondering if we can get a bit of a pullback to see the whole picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Comment?
Madam Mayor, just very much appreciate the feedback, and staff have noted that, and we'll try and incorporate some of those suggestions. And as you continue to look through and use these tools yourselves, and as you're hearing from residents, we always greatly appreciate any feedback you can give us to make sure that these tools are, as interactive and as easy to use and effective as possible, for our residents and stakeholders. So thank you very much for the feedback on that.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. We have no reports on administration. Are there any comments on administration?
I have nothing at this time to bring forward, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, then we will take a break. I'm wondering about half an hour, and we'll finish up our agenda at that time. Thank you. We're live. Okay, we're back again. I think we have all our members of council, and I expect that staff, if they're not right there, they're not very far away. And we'll start back with the adoption of our minutes, and this is the minutes from our special meeting held on May the 11th, 2021. And also our council minutes held that day as well. So I wonder if I could have a mover and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Crone and Councillor Persicini. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. The next one is item P, correspondence for consideration. We have no correspondence at this time. We'll move down to item Q, and that's other business. And we had this report at the front end, and this is the report to receive. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Roy-DiClemente. Any questions on this one? All those in favor? And that's carried. We are now moving into a closed meeting. To proceed into a closed meeting of a municipal council, personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, council appointed committee applications, personal matter about identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, and labor relations or employee negotiations, Municipal Act Section 2392D, personnel matters, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis production facilities, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, local planning appeal tribunal, LPAT matter. Be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of municipal council at 1:18 p.m. to deal with the following matters. Personnel matters about identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, council appointed committees. Personnel matter about an identifiable individual or individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, and labor relations or employment negotiations, Municipal Act Section 2392D, personnel matters, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local boards, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis production facilities, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local boards, Municipal Act Section 2392E, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, local planning appeal, LPAT matter. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Take a breath. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. So just give us a minute. Okay, and we are back into, we will rise and report from our closed meeting of Municipal Council. Be it resolved that Council rise and report from our closed meeting of Municipal Council at 3:10 p.m. and that Council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on June 1st, 2021. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item S, we have no reports.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. You do have the additional resolution from closed session that you were voting on in public that we just had up on the screen previously. If
Yes.
Deputy Clerk Legerbarty can put that back up for council to vote on in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Persicini and Councillor Crone. Everyone has read it. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We are at item S, reports. We've concluded. T is resolutions. U is our bylaws. Be it resolved that bylaws 2021-049, bylaw 2021-050, bylaw 2021-053 be taken as read and acted and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. Moved by, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think 049 is the property standards bylaw, which relates to trees that we decided to defer to our workshop. So I would remove that. And I'd
that one. Thank you.
The other two. I'd be happy to move the other two.
Good eyes. Good eye. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have a confirming bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-051 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on June 1st, 2021 be taken as read and acted and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? That's carried. And an adjournment for 3:12. Be it resolved that the meeting of council would be adjourned at 3:12 p.m. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We accomplished a great deal today. Appreciate all your support. Thank you.